Graciela, you guys ready? Oh, Kim's not here. I can, okay, I'd like to, at 3 o'clock, I'd like to call the 713th regular board meeting on Wednesday, January 4th to order. I don't believe we'll have anybody participating by Zoom. Moving on to open agenda, call to order. Establish a quorum, please.
Student trustee Gutierrez.
Present.
For the record, trustee Antonio will not be present at today's meeting. Trustee Beggs. Trustee Garrett.
Here.
Trustee Hinton has not arrived yet. Trustee Nicolau.
Here.
Vice President Davis.
Here.
President Richards
Here.
was established.
And at this time, I don't believe we're going to have any participation by Zoom, so we'll move on from that. I think some conflicts?
I have two, and Graciela, I might need a little bit of help on the specific numbers.
6.4 and 6.5, I believe.
Thank you. I'll be stepping out for those.
Okay. Do we have any public comments before closed session? Anything, Lise? No? Okay. Madam Stenographer, we have a closed session. You'll tell us the items.
So the board will adjourn to closed session to discuss items 3.1 through 3.5 listed on the January 14th regular meeting closed session agenda. Their adjournment time is 3:02.
See you a little bit later on.
Mic test.
Scotty, you ready? You ready? Okay. All right. Okay, I'd like to call to order the 738th regular meeting of the Yosemite Community College District Board of Trustees on Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. Could we call to, so could we have the Pledge of Allegiance? Student trustee Gutierrez, could you do the pledge for us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Stenographer, roll call, please.
Student trustee Gutierrez.
Present.
For the record, trustee Aguilar is out at this meeting. Trustee Beggs?
Did you say Beggs?
Yes.
I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Garrett?
Here.
Trustee Hinton?
Here.
Trustee Nicolau?
Here.
Vice President Davis?
Present.
And President Richards.
Here, thank you. We do not have anybody participating by Zoom. And we do not have a report out from closed session. Statement of conflicts, I believe Trustee Nicolau will be conflicting out on a couple things.
I think it's already noted.
No, there's no report out from closed session.
No report, thank you. Okay, any changes in our business? One thing, we're moving up Section 9, reports and information items before Section 8, board comments. That was kind of a typo. Okay, now I'll open up to one of the best parts of the night, public comments. Do we have any cards? Do we have anyone wanting to speak? Okay, you have some cards, okay. Please go ahead.
Derek Whittick?
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I'm Derek Wydick, a counselor at Columbia, but I'm speaking for myself today. As anyone knows who's ever signed a home mortgage at 8%, financing a college through a purchase of a bond is an expensive option to taxpayers. However, I don't see legislators saying, hey, let's raise some state taxes for education right now. So a bond measure seems to be a very good idea. It's a strong option that we do have. A strong bond measure would help us renew our aging infrastructure, update our programs at both colleges, and meet the demands of our local workforce. And we need these things now, not 10 years from now. I realize that we're entering a period of fiscal challenge, and I respect that. That being said, I'm very excited about the opportunity to help pass a bond for Yosemite, and I hope you are too. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lisa Shutt?
Surprise, surprise. Good evening and Happy New Year. I'm starting 2026 with a wrap up of the classified professional introductions I facilitated last year and provide some final numbers. So from August to December, you met 81 hardworking people from Central Services, Columbia College, and Modesto Junior College. That's about 20% of the entire YCCD classified professional workforce. So in total, these individuals have devoted 936 years to YCCD, which averages to 11 and a half years per person. So applying this average to account for all classified employees, the estimated combined total calculated to approximately 4,658 years. So just kind of doing a little fun with math. Brian would appreciate that. Classified professionals guide and support every single one of the 30,000-ish students at Columbia and MJC in conjunction with faculty and administrators. We work together as a team, but you don't often see the people working behind the scenes. I started these introductions so you would physically see us. Here are the many different roles we fulfill and highlight how crucial we are to the operations and success of the district. We are real people, not just numbers on the pages of documents. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Those are the only two that I have.
Anyone wishing to speak that didn't turn in a card? Okay, I'm going to close the public comments and move on to the consent agenda. First of all, is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Does anyone want to pull anything from the consent agenda? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Trustee Garrett, do I have a second? Trustee Hinton. Student trustee,
Aye.
please call all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes. Okay, moving on to item 6.1. The recommendation is that the Board of Trustees approve an extension to the employment contract of interim chancellor, Yosemite Community College District. And I do have a statement I need to read. The next item on the agenda is a discussion and possible approval of an addendum to the contract of employment for interim chancellor, Dr. Lena Tran. The addendum is available to the public now, but before we can take action on it, I'm required to provide the following verbal summary of the compensation and benefit terms of the proposed addendum. The term of the agreement shall not to exceed 1 year to May 31st, 2027. All of the terms of the contract of employment, including all compensation and benefits, remain unchanged. This concludes the summary of the addendum. We shall now discuss and consider approval of the addendum. So with that, I'll open the public comment on it. Anyone, members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Any comments from trustees before we entertain a motion? Okay. Student trustee opinion?
At the moment, no.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye. Oh, yeah, that would help. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we'll move on to something that I'm kind of excited about that Trustee Davis, you brought to us. We have an opportunity to nominate someone for the ACSCB Board Member of the Year. With that, I'd like to put forth the name of Trustee Leslie Beggs for this nomination. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I would move that. Thank you. I move that we nominate Leslie Beggs for the Association of Stanislaus County School Boards Board Member of the Year nomination.
Second. Second. Any discussion? Student trustee?
Aye.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. So now we're on to 6.3. And the recommendation is that the Board of Directors nominate a candidate for the 2026 CCT Board of Directors if it's determined that there's interest in running for the seat. Anyone want to nominate anybody? Okay. Will not have a nominee. Okay, moving on. 6.4. Jenny, I think you're leaving us on this.
And we do, since there's two back-to-back.
Yes.
We just do 6.4 and 6.5
Yes,
together.
we're going to do both.
Okay.
Okay, the first is that the Board of Trustees,
Excuse me. So, may I
sure,
have it remain separated?
no.
No.
Thank you, but we're going to keep it together. You've been heard, but thank you. Okay, so the Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 252607 in the matter of Trustee Nicolaus' absence from the board special meeting as attached to the January 14th, 2026 agenda. And the second one is that the Board of Trustees adopts resolution number 2526 in the matter of Trustee Nicolaus' absence from the board's regular meeting in the attached agenda. I have a motion to approve.
For that, I'd like it read into the record that both of these items are related to serious medical issues related to a member of Jenny's family, and one is involving the death of her father. So I think they clearly fall within the purview of granting a resolution in regards to these two matters.
Can I get a
With
motion?
that, I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Any public discussion?
Yes. So
Trustees?
I was kind of wondering what the nature of the on the first part, 0.07, you're stating that you had a pre-scheduled work event. Was that related to the medical emergency?
It was not, but it would also be an acceptable
Okay.
motion.
So it falls underneath
does.
community college.
It does.
No worries, that was all I had.
Okay, very good. All in favor? Oh, first, you're first.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, would you go get her? Would you get Jenny? Okay, now we'll move on to board committee reports. Of course, Darren, you're the first one to give a report as I ask you to go get Jenny. Anything?
No, I have no report to give since we did not meet.
Okay. Trustee Beggs, anything from the policy committee? Anything from Modesto Junior College Foundation report?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry. It's hard for me to see. I keep wanting to move the microphone. The Hearts United Gala is coming up. They're working hard to increase overall student participation in scholarships with a more targeted approach to 3 of our grant-funded scholarship programs from PepsiCo, Finish Line, and I don't know how to pronounce this, OSHER? Osher, I don't. Also, they are just finishing up scoring the record number of 638 completed applications, up from 362 last year. So that's great news. And I hope you'll join us at the February Hearts United Gala, which I'm sure you're going to talk about.
Very good. Dr. Davis, Columbia College Foundation?
We have a meeting of the foundation coming up, let's see, Tuesday, January 20th. And from that, I'll have a report for our February meeting.
Very good. Trustee Aguilar is unfortunately absent tonight. Darren, anything on the Valley Insurance?
Nothing to report.
Okay, now we're going to jump over to item 9, and we're going to have presentation of outcomes by Dr. Debbie Bolter. Welcome. I see you got your skull here. That's pretty exciting. Cool. Does anyone want to handle the skull or? Okay. Thank you.
Not real.
Please.
So this is an outcomes report on some research work that I did this summer on Australopithecus sediba. And let's see if I've got this. Oh, are you clicking or are you clicking or? Okay, should I use this or not? Let's see if it works. It does. Okay. So just a brief background on Australopithecus sediba. It is a fossil of a hominin that was discovered very recently in 2010. And it was discovered at a site called Malapa in South Africa. And this is a picture of the skull that there is a duplicate of on the ledge there. And this is just to give you some idea on what that species looks like. So on the left, we have Malapa hominin 1, and on the right, we have Malapa hominin 2. The left is an immature individual, and that is the individual there. And on the right is an adult female individual. And in the middle is Australopithecus afarensis, a different species named Lucy, and that's probably one that most people have heard of. So it's a different species than Lucy. Lucy's found in East Africa, and this Australopithecus sediba is found in South Africa. But what's special about both of these species is that we actually have partial skeletons. Usually we don't have partial skeletons. But I want to point out on the left, Malapa hominin 1, you'll notice that we don't have all of the skeleton. We don't have the left arm. We don't have the lower limb bones. Very recently, those were extracted, and now we do have them. And so we were asked to come as scientists and investigate those this summer. And just to give you a little orientation as to where these fit in the evolutionary tree. So Lucy comes first, about 3.2 million years, and the fossils that we're looking at tonight, Australopithecus sediba, come from about 2 million years in this one site in South Africa. So I went to South Africa this summer as part of the National Geographic Fossil Research Team, and I was leading the team on growth and development. And that individual there is an immature individual, and you can see, if you look at the teeth, that all of the teeth aren't erupted yet, so it hasn't become an adult yet. And so that's what I was asked to do, is to study some of that material. And I basically worked in 3 different sites while I was down there. I worked in the university at their fossil research center in the vault where they collect all of the fossils. And then I worked on site at Usumka Village Research Station where they prepare the fossils, and also at the National Geographic Base Camp where they do a lot of the work on accessioning the materials and identifying the materials before they move them all to the university at this Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. And so here I am at the National Geographic Society Base Camp where I did a lot of research in fossil identifications. So yes, we do have materials coming out of the ground and new pieces of the body, but we have to figure out what those pieces are. So I worked with the on-site team. There's over 40 full-time employees on staff at this particular base camp and part of the research team for National Geographic, and then the scientists come in and help with some of the material as they come out and prep them. So one stage was identifying the numerous fossils that they had pulled out over the course of the last year. That took a long time. And so once we were identifying those fossils, then we had to update the catalog, and that took a really long time. So you have to go through every single piece, as you can see back here. Every single bone, every single fossil has its own plastic container, its own label, and its own number. And each one has to be identified, and then we have to put it into an updated Excel spreadsheet and describe what it is and say whether or not it's been pictured. So that took quite a bit of time. And then what we did is we brought that material back to the university in the fossil lab so we could see what we had all together. So all the material that we had already found in 2010 was located at the university, and we brought the rest of the material over so we could assemble it. And that's what you see there on the table, is the nearly complete skeleton now of that first MH1 individual, which includes part of the torso, the left arm, and the lower limbs. And I know it doesn't seem like it takes a long time, but it took hours for us to take every one of those bones together and put it together like that and identify it and lay it out. So the bones aren't yet written on, so they're not identified yet. So we had to make sure that every single label was carefully near all of the particular bones that it went with. Another outcome was making sure all of that material was photographed. So I worked with the local team member, the photographer, to make sure each one of those new pieces of fossil was identified by picture and then labeled, which also took a really long time. And then they started to find more material at the site, and this was really exciting and kind of unprecedented. While I was there, as I mentioned, I do work on growth and development, and they found infant material of this hominid, which was very surprising. There's not much infant material for hominids in the fossil record because infant bone is cartilaginous and it doesn't easily survive the fossilization process, so it was really exciting. And there are some of the preparators that were finding these little tiny baby bones. You can't quite tell it there, but there is a little baby tibia on the table that they had recently found. I also was involved in exploring old and new sites with paleoanthropologists. So here's a site we were considering. It's a leopard cave. There's some bones of the leopard dinner there. We were considering sites for future excavation to train team members how to do excavations at sites. So these aren't hominid bones. These are contemporary bones, but it serves the purpose of training people how to do the work. And I also went into some of the old sites. This is a cave site called the Rising Star Cave, which is on location at the base camp, where another species I've also worked on, Homo naledi, is located. You can tell I look like Marshmallow Puff Man there because it's extremely cold. It's winter time and our summertime. So I had on about 4 layers, including a jacket underneath my my spacesuit there. They make everybody, of course, gear up before they go in. So we're kind of far down deep in the cave site. And we also did some exploring up on the surface site looking for new sites. And then I also visited active excavation sites within the cradle. There's several of those. There's over 14 sites that are within, you know, about an hour's time of each other. It's just a really rich area for fossils. And this is the Malapa site, so it looks like a spaceship from the satellite view, but really that's just a protection of the excavation unit, which is underneath it. And there's also a walk around so people can come and tour as the folks are excavating. It protects from the rain and the weather and also protects from fire. So it's a pretty neat little structure. And you can see there on the left, upper left, that's the pit where that fossil skeleton was recovered from. There we go, along with the other fossil skeleton that I showed you earlier, MH2. And of course, during the month stay from June to July over the summer, I also collected data for publication, and that is a really important part of this process and why they bring research scientists in, because we have to make sure that this information gets published and gets out, and so people know about it and understand human evolution. And I put this picture in the middle there. I am holding one of the infant specimens that was recovered while I was there. So that was really exciting. That's the distal part of a humerus of an infant Australopithecus sediba. We have a ton of material, and they are finding new material every day. And I'm going back just as soon as the semester's over to do some more work. And I wanted to thank you all for your support. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I took a trip to South Africa years ago, so I know the stuff you're doing, and thank you for representing us so well.
My pleasure.
Thank you for being a fabulous representative. Now, while you were there, were you like, did you have all your MJC swag on and people knew exactly
Yes.
where you're from?
Did you see that? I was wearing my
noticed
swag.
That's why I brought it up.
Yes, and
Yes.
I tried to wear it as often as possible with, you know, not being too overdone. But I decided I needed, Curtis, I need some new shirts. So I think I need a few more shirts when I go this summer. So I have a few different items.
Well, I just want to say that it's extraordinary to have someone like you out there in the field doing this important work, and you're right here from our institution, and we get a little bit of your bragging rights because of that. So thank you for all that you do, and I'm sure this is going to wind up in textbooks someday, and just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I come grab my skull.
Oh, I don't get to keep it? Okay, so 9.2 and 9.3 was a trustee requested item. We had some people call us, and Trustee Nicola and I, we had some people call to ask how clubs got started. So President Sanders, you're up first with Modesto, you and your team from Modesto Junior College. Welcome, and please identify yourself right before you speak.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Lopez Phillips, and I serve MJC as the Dean of Counseling. ASMJC and the clubs and organizations actually report up through me, but I decided to bring the expert with me tonight who actually works with the students and works with the groups to get them chartered and works with our faculty as advisors, Lucy.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Lucy Hakimi. I am the program specialist for Campus Life at Modesto Junior College. Sorry, I do have my tea because I have a cough, so I'm going to apologize if I have to cough on you.
Take a drink or do whatever you need to do. Don't worry
And then
about
we'll
it.
get started. I brought some new notes because things change on the daily, so my slides did change a little bit, and I wanted to make sure I had the right information. Starting with creating a new club. We have 4 steps here at MJC, and to start, your first step is you need an advisor. So we do recommend that students search for an advisor. Once they get an advisor, then they recruit 5 executive officers. So they'll need 5 executive officers to start the club with an advisor. It is a YCCD full-time or part-time employee to be an advisor. And then we ask that they create a constitution and bylaws, and then actually do a spreadsheet of their club roster as well. Once they have that complete, they go ahead and do the club registration form, which they find that online under Campus Life website. So once they complete that registration form, that's when I'll get the information, and then I will reach out to them and go ahead and schedule a club training, which I conduct that. And then once they conduct, all 5 officers, the club executive officers and the advisors have to complete the club training and the Title IX training as well. Once they complete the club training, then they complete the Title IX training, which is conducted by Dean Jackie Forte. And then once they've done that, they're complete. That is when we can go ahead and invite them to the ICC meeting. Both the club advisor and the club president must attend that. They will have a time to present their club to the ICC to be ratified. If that gets approved, then we invite them to our ASMJC Senate meeting. And for that, they can either, any club executive officer can come to the meeting, or they can actually send in a written statement as well. And then the ASMJC will go ahead and vote on that. And then once they, oh yes.
You're doing great, and this is exactly what I wanted, so thank you.
Okay.
Why, if there's ever a no vote at the ASMJC Senate meeting, why would there be a no? Or I guess I don't understand a yes versus no if a club has gone through all these steps.
Yes, I don't spell it.
It's actually part because we use ASMJC funds to give them some money to start that out. So it's really them coming in, talking about their club, and then that official vote is to recognize them, and that gives them the seed money. So yes, there's a number of steps. We invented, or not invented, but we had the ICC, the Inter-Club Council, to be a governing body for the clubs. And those are the folks who really work with them, making sure they've got everything in line, and that we can help them and support them as they try to get the campus clubs going and starting.
How often does a club not get approved? That goes through all the steps, has the advisors, does everything they're supposed to do?
In 5 years that I've been here, I've never heard of a club being denied being chartered or brought through the process.
I had a question. I was just curious about the club training. How long is that? Is it online? What is involved in that training?
So no, and I do have I printed it out here too for your records, but I conduct that. It's about an hour training over Zoom. It's live over Zoom, and it's about an hour, and I just have some slides that go through all of the information that once they they're becoming a club, what it's going to take, because like our event forms, our fund drive forms, our mission statement, what our expectations, and then just ways to navigate through any issues or anything like that it may arise for them. And then again, it's just I also share the presentation with them so they can always go back to it and use it as a resource too.
Thank you.
Regarding the Constitution and bylaws, it's helpful that there's a template available to kind of get them started, but is there policy on some expectations of the Constitution and bylaws? For instance, no exclusionary bylaws, that certain students can't be a member or certain students can't. Is there policy on what a Constitution must have and must not have? I know we have the officers, but anything with around, membership.
No, all students are welcome to join a club.
And that needs to be stated in their bylaws and Constitution, is that right?
Our non-discrimination policy is the board policy, would be the one that we would lean on, and it's really specific. So if you discriminated against someone in one of those areas, that would be the only concern for us as a club. So if I said, no, you named the Title V area that you can't have any of these members, then that would be an issue. We'd work with that club to say, okay, why are you excluding all men? Why are you excluding all women? Why are you excluding something that's law that you can't discriminate in that board policy?
Right, so that was my question. Do we have policy? And I'm thinking that as they're drafting their Constitution, getting some I don't know, training that way or guidance in that way. Here's what you would put in your constitution if you don't want to get approved. Right? So, and then here's, it's good to hear that there's policy already in place for that. Thank you.
Do I click it or do you click it? Okay. Okay. And this is just some information because our ASMJC was not active during the fall semester until November 1st. So with the clubs, they were able to still process all the steps 1 through 4, except for the ASMJC ratification. So they were able to do everything except for get an account number, get the $300 seed money, and they were not able to conduct any type of fundraising or financial transactions, but they were able to go through all the other steps. And I did have, on my next slide, I did have 3 clubs who did do that. And then they were able to attend the first ASMJC meeting, and they were able to get ratified on November 7th. Currently, I have 3 clubs pending. They are going to be attending the ICC meeting on January 23rd. They are pending Title IX training, and we're working on that date right now. And then I actually have, here is 6, but I actually just got another message today. I have 7 clubs pending who have shown interest in becoming a club. So I work closely with them as well. I continuously remind them, these are your steps. These are, I haven't heard from you for a while. And is there anything I can do to help you? And I always like to make sure that all of, whoever I interact with knows that I'm always available. I'm also like program specialist for Campus Life, but I'm the club coordinator. So I'm always available. They all know where my desk is. They all know where I sit, and they all come in. And if not, they can always email me, Teams me, reach me. Anyway, I'm more than happy to help them.
And suppose they have difficulty finding an advisor. How do you help them in that way?
So if I would just give them guidance in regards to how to do that. We can't go out there and find the advisor for them, but we can give them ideas on where to go and what to do, right? Like, hey, reach out people, what club you want to do, what's the interest? Let's find, maybe a staff member that's also interested in that, or give them kind of just ideas where they can go, where they can search, who they can contact.
Can you send out an all-campus email? Hey, this club is looking for an advisor if you're interested, just as sort of an informational item?
I haven't done that because that will, I'll have to do that for every single person, and I will have so many people at my door, and that will allow them not to do the work themselves. When we're asking for these club, they want to open up a club, they want to create a club. Well, that's leadership, right? So when if we're going to do the work for them.
Well, I wasn't talking about work. I was saying if they'd done that and they'd been unsuccessful in finding somebody, but they had been trying, if you would send out an informational,
Yeah, but like I said, that's going to open up, then everyone's going to come out and do that, right? Everyone is going to come to me and say, they're going to come to me and be like, oh, I tried, but I couldn't find one. So, can we send that out? Yeah.
One of the better things I think that we would be doing is working with that club or group individually, because sometimes it is hard to find one. Because being an advisor is tough. You have to go to every meeting, 8 to 5. People like to work. Students like to have those meetings later. You have to be there and have a signatory for all the budget. So it's not just where you can sit back in your office, sign off on things, and not ever show up. You actually have to be actively involved in the club. So that meeting of the minds of this is the club and this is the organization. And so you're going to want an advisor that can help you move your agenda or your items forward. And so if there was a club particularly having difficulty, we would work with them individually and say, hey, have you looked for people in poli-sci if you're a political club? If you're looking for, we just had a great presentation on fossils, we might ask the anthropology department, hey, you're interested in this. Actually, a lot of our clubs are attached to academic units and things. So that's how we would address this. The email's a good idea, but I think when you do those blasts out, you don't get as much traction as if I came up and said, hey, Chad, I got this group that's really looking for an advisor. So it's that one-on-one contact.
They're interested in innovation.
Have either of you or any members of your team ever discouraged a club that wanted to be formed?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, and if someone discouraged someone, I'd want to know as the supervisor over that area, also the conduct officer, so I could have a really informed conversation, because we welcome all and serve all.
Okay, so you're not aware of any time where someone in a position of authority would have said, you really don't want to have that club?
Not in a position of authority. I've heard from a faculty member that one of their club members came in and talked to someone within the office and it said something to the effect of, I'm not sure that club would work here. Right now, I'm working with that advisor trying to identify that person so I can have a conversation.
Perfect.
Because that is not what I think any of you up here stand for.
Sure.
It's surely not what we stand for. And it's not what student development theory stands for. Chickering, Aston, all those folk wrote on involvement. And how students get involved is clubs and organizations and their co-curricular outside the classroom.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that because, people do make mistakes, and I'm glad to hear that at the top you wouldn't allow someone to say you shouldn't have that club, because those were the reports we were getting.
If you had, please give them my name. I'd love to talk to those students or student.
I take you at your word. You're up here telling me how it works. I believe you.
Okay.
Is there any reason why a club couldn't have more than one advisor? I understand the time commitment, and that was a great example. If a club wanted 3 advisors and they rotate the responsibilities, would that be allowed?
We highly suggest that you have more than one advisor. Because the workload is so much for an advisor, we highly recommend that. And in the training, we do go over that we highly recommend that you have more than one advisor. So that way even because, these students, we want them to do so much on campus and we want them to be active. And sometimes the advisors can't be there and can't do it all. So that's why we advise them, like, you guys want to do so much. We want you to do so much. We find more advisors to help. Yeah, so we recommend that.
So is this codified for advisors? This is what you're taking on and they get training also? Okay.
Yeah, so all the advisors and the club executive officers have to attend the club training so that they know what they're getting involved in.
Any other questions, Jenny? Good.
I think it was slide 1. I was unclear if trustees could serve as advisors.
Trustees can serve as advisors,
I think maybe we need a legal answer on that.
Yeah, we would have to look into that definitely, but we will and get back to you.
I would love if you.
Okay,
could follow
yeah,
up with that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Unless we
I
know.
think as my mother once told me, careful what you ask for. Because you all would be great advisors, and we'd love to have you in student services working directly with our students. Thank you for your time.
Just to follow up on that, our current guidelines require that the advisor be an employee.
We're employees. Trustees are employees of the district.
I don't know that trustees are employees.
We get health benefits. We're employees of the district.
Health benefits, but I think it's one of those.
Let's
things
leave it to the lawyers.
We'll look at it, but I think that that's that function.
Okay, we'll leave it to the lawyers.
I appreciate my husband was the advisor for one of the honors clubs way back, and I remember how much time it took. So I understand fully.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I want to say, if you guys do ever hear anything or anything like that, please refer that to me.
Okay,
I will definitely help you and take that on.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
President,
Thank you guys for moving this presentation. I think I was the reason you were supposed to present and didn't present, so I'm sorry and thank you.
That's okay, no problem, thank you.
President Wedring, you're up.
All right, I'll cede the floor to Team Columbia College. Yeah.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Sutton. I'm your Director of Outreach and Retention. I've been here before. I know many of you. And believe it or not, I'm not going to talk about Starfish that much. I promise. But tonight I get to wear my hat of the ASCC advisor at Columbia College. So thank you for having me. Oh, Raphael, I get to do this. So similar, very similar at Columbia College, our associated students follow a very similar formula and process for onboarding new student clubs and continuing clubs. We all follow a process that's about 356 pages, I believe the new edition of FOAC, which is a governing process that we follow from our chancellor's office. So within those documents, that helps outline our associated students' constitution and bylaws, which which is that overarching organization that oversees clubs. So as you saw on that previous slide, the final step is that organization of the associated students voting and approving on a club. So when we talk about Title IX and policies and those sorts of things, as a reminder, your associated students are also in your policies and procedures, allowing their governance. So then we have the associated students governance as that umbrella, and we have our guiding documents, as I mentioned, FOAC and those sorts of things. And so when you combine all of that, it does lay out a really nice plug and play, I would say, for our clubs to create their own constitution and bylaws, as mentioned by my counterpart previously. So at Columbia, we are a smaller institution, and I did mention my title is Outreach and Retention. So when you think about reducing barriers, we do require a less number of students, so only 5 current students. But again, you're pulling from a smaller population of students, right? Like a smaller pot. And so again, 1 advisor is required, but very similarly, we recommend more advisors to help each other, and then also provide more availability to their students, right? Because they're full-time faculty or staff, and so they have full-time jobs. So this is really coming out of their passion to do this. The students will complete the onboarding process, which we outline on our website, which includes the club charter packet, which as mentioned in the previous, I'm so glad they went first. I just keep referring to this amazing presentation, where it's outlined for them where they need to plug in and play those items like the Constitution and bylaws, and statement, mission statement. Once the students complete that charter, they turn it into our ASCC and our student center and some of our support staff there. They do kind of help them, as mentioned, right? This is new for some of our students. And so they help them make sure that those signatures are all there, that required documentation is there. And then that is added to the next business meeting of our associated students. And I will give a kudo to our associated students. Our academic senate and our classified senate actually have 1 meeting a month for their full senate. Our associated students are really committed and have business meetings every other week. So this does require them to put out their agenda and minutes, very timely. Look, I know you're all nodding your head because that's very hard to do. Even though their advisor recommends sometimes that not that big of a timeline is good. But this does allow for a lot of movement within our clubs. So timeline and important dates. So again, it does have to get on that ASCC business meeting agenda. So that has to be, until that's on there and approved, the Students Club is not active or approved yet. Club charters are effective through the fiscal year because we do have students and clubs interested throughout the year. So this moving timeline and process allows students to create these clubs as they're finding those advisors and finding those other members. And then each year, we do hold 4 workshops, so that's incorporating those trainings that for the executive members and the advisors. And then our inter-club council also is going to hold 1 annual meeting each semester. So they're big meetings they will hold once a semester. We have the most clubs that I have had since my time as the advisor. I would say that our return from COVID, we saw a huge engagement increase on campus. We saw our students hungry for workshops like we had never seen before, for getting involved in areas of campus that, again, was new for us. And clubs was one of those reactivated areas, and I couldn't be more excited. However, that did mean some work to get things to where they needed to be. So I will give a big thanks and kudos to the Student Center staff, the business office staff, and student services as a whole, but also to our faculty and staff who are committed advisors. And you can see, as it was mentioned earlier, any student, all students are encouraged to bring their ideas and passions, and if they don't see a club that's there for them, they're very much encouraged to create their own. Our website is full of information, so that QR code will take you there. It has all of the information for the ASCC meetings and schedules. It has the club resources page. It has their current events. And then I did want to give a shout out to our program technician of outreach and retention, who, again, we wear multiple hats, also supports our associated students. And then our program assistant for student success, who also reports to me, is Rory Thompson, and she really supports the clubs. Because again, it is multiple structures that we're talking about that all work together. And then the big one that's not up there again is the club advisors. So I would like to thank our club advisors for always being there. Yes.
Any questions from the public? Trustee questions?
So just talk me through, and this was fantastic, thank you. Talk me through, the chess club exists, a year is up. How easy is it to, how different is the process?
To recharter.
To
We
recharter.
try to make the rechartering really simple. Our last workshop of every year focuses on the rechartering. So I think one thing to remember is that I think for clubs, for me, it's really fluid. We're also at a community college where I have them for 2 years, hopefully. Same thing with our associated students. So this year, my associated students' focus has been on training. So they're very new. But our clubs, like you mentioned, as they kind of get going and find a groove, and it's something that stays relevant for our students, I think that's really important. Some of these clubs might look new or different to you. They do to me. There were some that I didn't know what that was, and during those presentations learned a lot. And so I think staying relevant for with what students are looking for, and then continuously offering the trainings for those new students or new advisors is really important. So that last workshop of every year focuses on a hands-on workshop to help them recharter. And it's a little bit simpler, right? Because they've already have their constitution and bylaws. So it's amending anything, providing us those updated rosters, which is really important from a safety standpoint. And so we provide that kind of hands-on workshop.
Is part of your training a succession plan to keep these clubs going? Because as you point out, our students cycle in and out.
Yes. And so I think that starts, I think my big focus, I've been the advisor for about 4 or 5 years now, and it's one of my best parts of my job. And I think the one thing I've realized is that foundational rhythm that you're even talking about is required at that associated students level. And so once you find that, which is what I focused on for the first couple of years, then that becomes really easier to then find that rhythm. And so my kickoff report to my students at the associated level was recruitment. So the theme for them this semester is recruitment. So sharing their experience with their classmates, sharing what this means for them is where it begins. And then those all-campus emails, the Starfish referral for student leadership that my faculty and staff raise, all of those things generate, I think, the culture of student engagement. And if we think about what the research shows us about student engagement, whether that's a club, whether that's going to a faculty office hour, getting a job on campus, they are more likely to graduate. They are more likely to have a higher GPA. And that's why I think my job is nicely paired as outreach and retention with a campus engagement, really big focus.
Thank you.
So same question that I asked the MJC. Have you or are you aware of any member of your staff ever discouraging a student group from going to form a club?
No, and very similarly, our structure is very similar. Our dean of students is also our conduct officer. And so I think that, again, creating that culture of inclusivity is really important in an educational world, and then also training that. So even at the associated student level, well, understanding what that vote means is really at our level procedural, right? Because it's gone through, as you pointed out, so many levels of critique and following a process that exists. And so I think that's where it comes back to the training and the purpose and the mission of why we're here and instilling that into our student body.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, now we'll move on to the association reports. Professor Choi, you're first. Thank you. Professor Andel, you're up for Columbia faculty, for Columbia YFA. Senate. I promoted you.
Good evening, everybody. I think I said hi individually to everybody, so nice to see you. I'd just like to report on something I think that we're excited about, and that's faculty hiring, right? So we're in the process of hiring 4 tenure track faculty, 2 biology, a math, and a wildland fire position, which is a brand new faculty position. And on top of that, 2 full-time interim faculty positions, 1-year positions. So really 6, right? And we only have 51 faculty. So this is like 10% of our faculty. It's kind of an exciting thing to do. So I want to just publicly acknowledge, I appreciate the 3 hiring deans working with me. I was given directions from my Senate executive team Eric, try to get this thing pushed along. Let's go. Let's hire early in the spring. We always wait too late. We don't have all the best pool of candidates. So I've been in steady contact with the deans, and they've been doing everything to try to get this thing going. I sent out a call for volunteers for all the faculty to get faculty appointed to these committees. That's my job. And I told the deans, I promise you, the Friday that we come back from our break, I will have all these people appointed. And by the way, I need the executive committee to confirm my appointment. So, but then, I won't get into details, but you wouldn't believe all of the issues that came up, appropriate issues. And this just wasn't as easy as I thought, but we're this close from appointing our last committee to the last faculty to the last committee. So it's a pretty exciting time. Very busy, but pretty exciting. And I think I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Nice to see everybody.
Okay, next is the Leadership Team Advisory Council, Samantha McCarty. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I just have 2 items. So last month, I let you know that we were going out for 4 open positions for our representatives. Those have been filled by the people who were filling them prior. So Michael Igo, myself, Jeff Swank, and Jacqueline Forte. And then we also, at our first meeting last week, maybe it was this week, we elected officers. So I will be the president for a 2-year term.
Congratulations.
Jeff Swank has agreed to be my vice president for a 2-year term. And then Kelly Thomas will be serving 1 more year as secretary, and Yolanda Paragill serving 1 more year as treasurer. The only other item is our handbook, which Dr. Tran has heard about and should be finalized on Tuesday, and then it'll be going up on our website. So next month, that will be a completed item.
Very good, thank you.
Very much.
Next is Yosemite Faculty Association President, Optimism One.
Good evening, Chancellor Tran, and the Board of Trustees. Welcome back, Jenny. YFA has begun the year by recognizing that our faculty union, which launched in 1976, is now celebrating its 50th year. To acknowledge our endurance, commitment, and strength, we are rolling out some new swag that I hope to model at next month's board meeting. Debbie, come on. You can wear it in South Africa. Throughout the calendar year, we'll be celebrating this 50-year anniversary for YFA. I'm also happy to report that while negotiations at the big table are relatively slow, we have 2 work groups that are making great progress. First, on the topic of lab parity, the district is represented by Patrick Betancourt and Donna Cooper, while YFA is represented by Brian Green and Tom Nomoff. Second, on the topic of Article 6 evaluations, the district is represented by Patrick Betancourt, notice the double duty there, and Mike Smedshammer, while YFA is represented by Hardev Dillon, math professor, and yours truly. With the latter group, I can personally attest to the time we've spent so far, 4 meetings in 6 weeks totaling 14 hours face to face, which is no small scheduling feat, let alone endurance. But more importantly, we're having collegial conversations and really getting into the nuts and bolts of evaluations to make that portion of our collective bargaining agreement clearer and more logical for faculty and deans alike. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Wait, you can't leave the podium yet. I just want to take a moment to publicly recognize and thank you for the wonderful conversation we had at Institute Day this past Friday. Thought it was meaningful, productive, and I want to personally thank you for that. So,
thanks, Darren.
Good, thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to the classified Senate activity reports. Columbia College President Glenn Mahosky, welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Hope everybody had a good holiday. We have some fun stuff to talk about. We have our Candygram fundraiser starting on January 22nd to buy, I believe, their See's Candy Pops. That's going to go, the funds are going to go to fund our classified Senate scholarship to the students. So very excited about that, get that kicked off. Our retreat committee has put forward a proposal for funds that I've forwarded through to Dr. Red Wing. So we're going to discuss that, and I don't want to discuss the details about it until I know if the money's there. So stay tuned. Welcome Week is in full swing, and I just wanted to give a big shout out to the outreach and retention classified staff. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of setup. It's moving around A-frames and signs and printing out flyers and donuts, lots of donuts and drop-ins. I think there's like 400 donuts at this thing. So game day is tomorrow. We had a resource fair today, so it's a very exciting time around there. It's nice to see the bustle of students back instead of, you know, I like the deer and the geese and everything walking around the campus, but it's good to see people populating the streets around there again. Senate matters, we're going through our Constitution review. We actually have a structured timeline to start looking through article by article. Luckily, the first few were very procedural, so those were easy to kind of move through, but we're going to start getting into more of the meat of the matter here. So getting that through the body to make sure that everything's all teed up to keep everything in between the lines there. I just want to say that I want to thank all the classified staff. We've been hearing through all the different division meetings and the in-services that we're at our highest enrollment in at least a decade. I know that they're touting the fire technology program, shameless plug there, that I think we have the highest FTEs behind English in that department. We have 39 right now enrolled in the academy. So a big shout out to everybody that makes that happen, especially on the wildland side too. Great to hear that wildland is expanding. I think it's going to be really good for the school and the department as a whole. But everybody's area, you know, all the enrollments, all the efficiencies, everybody working to get students enrolled, get their financial aid, going out to some of those outreach events, going out to the high schools to get them onto our campus. So I just appreciate everybody there, and they help make my job easy to give you guys reports like this. So. With that, I conclude my report.
Thank you very much.
How does one send a candygram?
So they are going to be available for purchase at I believe we're going to be doing it in the NPR at Columbia College, and they're going to be able to buy them, and then our Senate team is going to run them around to folks on campus. But it's available to students, staff, faculty, anybody that wants the candygram. I'll send you an email.
Thank you.
Okay, Modesto Junior College Classified Senate, Amanda Cannon.
Good evening. Welcome to the third day of the semester. We started off strong. I wanted to toot the horn of our caring campus on MJC's campuses. They had representative tables for helping students figure out what they need to do, answer any questions, give some snacks, just generally be the first face on campus. So that just provide that momentary welcome where it's not as scary. I asked them, I said, what kind of questions did you get? Because, you know, we get the usual, can you show me where Founders Hall is, or, you know, stuff like that. And what they wanted to know where they could get rental calculators this year. That was a main thing. So I thought that was interesting. But I wanted to say thank you to them. This year we had 3 tables on East, 2 tables on West, and those are always a big hit. I know Caring Campus is looking to kind of expand their focus in the coming year, so I'm excited to see what comes out of that. Classified Senate has 3 priorities that we're looking into focusing on this year. One of them is the student-centered kind of activities we do on campus. Classified was almost a quarter of the feedback for the FMP. We're trying to use our voices in every governance area that we're in to kind of put that thought forward. Our second is increased communication and collaboration. So we're trying to be transparent, but also communicate across departments more. We're finding that the more that we reach out to people outside of our sphere and our silo, the better we are for students in general. We're able to man those tables and answer questions that may be out of our purview. And so that's just a really valuable tool to have around campus. And continue to support and recognize classified professionals. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we, in November, some classified reached out to Classified Senate. It was during the government shutdown, and the SNAP benefits were on pause, and some of our classified families were having a hard time.
So we opened an anchor, we called it the Anchor Pantry. It was for classified by classified. Anybody could benefit, anyone could donate. But Classified Senate kind of took this on and sponsored it, peer-led. And we were able to serve, that I know of, because it was, you could be anonymous, we were able to serve 15 families. 15 families did reach out over a 5-week period. It closed the Friday before we went on our Christmas break or our holiday. So that felt really good to be able to be a part of that. I think that's all. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll turn to the Student Senate activity reports. Is Samson Jenner here from Columbia? Okay. I know Celeste is here. Please come up.
Oh Lord, I'm glad we're on a first name basis here. So even during winter break, we were still hard at work. I have one of the most hardworking teams ever, from execs to advisors to our senators. And on top of that, with us having winter break training, we also had meetings, and we even had a visit from Brian Sanders during that, which was great. And then we will be making our final appointments and everything as we are reaching a new full Senate and needing to focus more on the spring term. A huge part of our spring term is the projects we will be hosting. We actually did have a meeting today with Lena Tran. She's helping us out with our Lunar New Year's project, which we're really excited to have. And, you know, Senator projects is these ideas you propose and you get to see them come to life and you get to see everyone benefit from them. So Lunar New Year's will be February 19th. We are still figuring out with women's empowerment, another event likely in March, and our three other March projects is a glow in the dark event with the museum that we're having March 6th. We'll be having a tree ceremony event to honor a tree planted for World War I veterans' mothers, and we will be having our huge multicultural day on March 13th. So I'm hoping if you guys could stop by and see the amazing works that our students put through. We will be having our first meeting of spring this Friday, and I did want to answer some of the questions that were asked about with clubs, especially I heard the question of, well, why does ASMJC vote on that? Well, ASMJC is a democracy. We vote on and discuss literally everything, from clubs to literal printers to if we're going to have free lunch on Wednesdays, to see what benefits the student needs. And on top of that, with not worrying of a club being discriminated, because that's not what we want to do, we want to make sure too that clubs are properly representing us, since they do fall under ASMJC. We want clubs to benefit all students, as that's what we're here for, to represent the student voice. Thank you.
Thank you, President Randolph. Next, we have the California Student Employees Association, Tracy Gilman. Welcome. Last but not least.
I know. I'm so nervous too.
Don't be.
Okay. First, I would like to take a moment to introduce my executive board on the new CSCA 2026. I would like it if you could stand when I call your name. Joshua Harper, who is a senior network analyst, who is our chief steward. I'm going to introduce Krista Bartels, who is our financial aid specialist in Columbia. She is not here, but she is part of our team. Erin Colby, who is our accounting analyst, who is my first VP.
You're not going to stand.
Refuses to stand. Shemi Warda, who is a admin secretary in financial aid, is our second VP. And Tracy Toole, who is our secretary, who is an admin, senior admin specialist as well, or senior admin secretary, excuse me.
Tracy, over here, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Tracy, just so that you know, if you speak towards the mic so that they can hear you on the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this good? Am I good? Okay. Okay. Good evening, Chancellor Tran and esteemed board members. This is the first of 12 meetings that we will have this year, and I'll be honest, I come to you today with mixed emotions. mostly stemming from my lifelong fear of speaking in public. So thank you in advance for your patience and your grace. I would like to allow you to introduce myself. My name is Tracy Gilman, and I am a proud YCCD employee currently serving as an accounting analyst in the financial aid department. Outside of campus, I am known as Mom and Aunt Tracy. As of 14 days ago, I am honored to now be known as the CSEA president. Because I am still very new at this role, I don't have any pressing matters to bring forward other than myself. In 2008, I pressed the restart button on my life. I moved back to live with my beautiful sister and my beautiful mom, bringing my 6-year-old daughter a PT Cruiser and $300 a month in welfare. My mom made a very important decision for me, and that was, you're going back to school. And yes, she made that decision for me. Before I even arrived home, she sent me MJC links and said, before you get here, get this done. I often joke that my mom and Hector Duarte, who's now retired from EOPS, had me enrolled in EOPS before my bags were even unpacked. As a student and a student worker, I built an incredible relationships on campus. I was a part of EOPS, CARE, and CalWorks. As a high school dropout, soon after with a GED, I honestly did not believe I could earn my associate's degree without those programs and those people behind them. I graduated in 2012, and on that day, I made a promise to myself I would return to the district and to work to be the change in other people's lives, as people like Christina Duarte, Sherry Garcia, Danelle Oliver, Joanne Nielsen, and Monica Wally were for me. I returned in 2014 and spent many years supporting students, helping with financial aid, enrollment services, directions, encouragement, snacks, and sometimes just listening. Even outside of campus, I hand out my business cards like candy and tell people, call me, we'll figure it out. My journey continued through volunteering with the food pantry when it was still a part of health services, and then serving as a caring campus treasurer, an MJC classified Senate treasurer, classified or CSEA treasurer, and now president. And yes, I did all 3 of those roles at the same time. My journey continued through my goal is simple: to provide the same level of care and support for our classified staff that I have always given to our students, while ensuring transparency and offering clear guidance, and stand strong as an advocate. When necessary, I bring a little fight to the table on behalf of our classified professionals. In the near future, I hope we can come to, on a business note, the only business note in my speech, I hope that we can come to a fair and equitable conclusion on negotiations, which I have been a part of this whole time as well. One that reflects a mutual respect, collaboration, and a shared commitment to this district. In closing, I want to give a shout out to Amanda Cannon. She is truly a great mentor and an even better friend. And I will never be able to compete with her shoe game, but I am incredibly grateful to walk beside her. That's it. Yay.
I'm not going to believe you don't like public speaking. You did very well.
I'm sweating really bad right now. But if you have any questions for me, I'm always available. I look forward to meeting all of you at our different events. I welcome you to contact me for any questions. I work solely on honesty and transparency, so I'm very, very excited for my new role.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, I want to just add, thank you for getting up here tonight and sharing your story. For me, it's always helpful to put a face with how important this institution is in this community. And your success story is a clear example of how important this institution is for a lot of people. So thank you. So thank you for that.
I appreciate you saying that because my daughter actually works for this district as well. She's a newer employee. And I tell people all the time it started out really as a site rep where I was giving people information on insurance and how flex worked and how the holidays worked. And it's turned into this over the course of time. And I really believe that we are kind of like Willy Wonka. We are the golden ticket. This is the best place to work in Stanislaus County.
And now look at you. You're standing up before this body. I don't know how illustrious we are, but this body, and giving a presentation. Look at your journey. It's amazing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Interim Chance. Interim Chancellor Tran, I think you have an update for us.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. Welcome to Spring 2026. My apology for my voice. Actually, it was a fun week. I was able to walk around campus, both on East Campus, West Campus, and a little bit on Thursday at Columbia College, and I could totally really feel for everybody. Financial aid was crazy, student coming in, seeing counselor, and then registration. I met students, and even we have student who was already in the study hall on the first day. And guess what? It was the School of Engineering. I was like, okay, that's way to go. So, and again, Echo with Caring Campus, all the booth, everybody was working together. It was really nice to see bodies. So again, thank you. As I walk around, it was really nice to see everybody working and meeting more people. So I look forward to walk around more around campus, both colleges, and meet more folks. On that note, in addition to that, as I was walking around, looking at different area too, and with all so many unforeseen circumstances, we're gonna really focus on emergency preparedness, everyone. So I hope that you are going to support us, work with both of the campus colleges as we prepare for emergency preparedness. And I'm not just talking about the water, the plumber, the weather, there's so many, the fire, and I'm gonna say it, a possibility of an intruder, an active shooter, but we need to get our campus ready. And then, so please support us on that. The presidents will roll it out with our campus security. And on that note too, at future meetings, our IT will also talk about another type of security that really touch how we work with each other, how we, our student data and so forth. So more to that come, but that's one of the area. And then the district is excited. We're gonna roll out our YCCD strategic planning, everybody. So it will start with our board on January 22nd. So it will carry through the district council. So please look out for the invites, and we would love to have every voice in this strategic planning because it is a living document that we can change, move, but that's why we're moving the district forward. And we can start that by gathering all together at the Hearts United Gala for our student. Please, when I came on board, everybody say, we used to have this event that every employees get together and we, raise money for our student, and we got together, we chat, we listen to each other, food, music. So please, come to the event, sponsor, help our student get together, share the smile, the meal, and the music. So that's February 7th, everyone. And then I think, and lastly, thank you so much, board, for extending my contract. I am very grateful, and I am honored and look so forward to working with everyone in this room, our colleague, our community members, our student, and all the constituent groups, new official as well. And on that note, I think that will end my report, but we're gonna mix things up a little bit tonight, and we're gonna go with the update with President Sanders, because I know he's gonna have something special for Chad.
I do have something special for Chad, but first I wanted to comment on a couple of things. First of all, just the pride that we have in our employees, and you folks standing up and telling your stories, but the research that we talked about earlier and the different employee groups representing, sitting here and being the president of an institution, I'm sure you feel the same thing. I'm sure you all feel the same thing. We've got a really great team, and I'm really proud of all of you. Another thing that hit me today was walking down the sidewalk and just sort of getting pushed out of the way by students everywhere. It's quite the scene on campus right now. It's really fantastic. And then just as a quick highlight, we did have a safety training, active shooter training with Modesto Police Department and our dean and vice president's team, and really that was a very positive thing. So on with my scripted comments, which begin, good evening, as usual. This evening, I would like to draw your attention to some happenings at MJC, and first And foremost among those, I spent yesterday evening in the MJC gym watching our women's and men's basketball teams beat their counterparts at American River College. Former trustee Abe Rojas does say hello and sends his greetings. And I think there was a little neener in not having to be here tonight. However, being at the basketball game reminded me of the time right before Christmas when the MJC men's basketball team thoroughly trounced the Columbia College men's basketball team by the score of, and he's given a different story to this, Pirates steal the win, but by the score of 85-82, and we have the video evidence. And so as previously wagered, President Red Wing will now be fully decked out in MJC attire for the remainder of this meeting. He brought his hat and his scarf that I previously gave him. But I have to add to that this nice, he said he challenged me. I need a double XL. You gotta find a double XL. And so we found a double XL and a triple XL MJC t-shirt. I'll put that on. Maybe not over the coat, that's gonna be a little hard. And then Modesto Junior College, student athlete, so you can be that. And then to match, see, Debbie said something about like not going overboard, like with MJC socks or something. That would be kind of crazy, but Chad will now also be wearing some MJC socks, probably as mittens to go along with these, if you wouldn't mind. This is from our Community Lifelong Learning and Workforce Development Department. And also, just the next time you're down in the kitchen at Columbia College, please do wear this Modesto Junior College Workforce Development Culinary Apron as part of your attire. And just to kind of keep things together, I did bring my new MJC shirt. If you're interested in buying some of these, we can hook you up. Just, for kicks and giggles, I also will wear my MJC hat for the duration of my report and scarf. But it does a little warm in here. I heard that earlier. Okay, back to the script. Good luck next time.
This is for you.
Oh, yeah, okay. The one that says we won, okay, good. Second issue, in the most recent issue of the YCCD magazine, which you all received a copy of, I want to point your attention to pages 6 and 7. Those of you in the back can now read the fine print from there. No, you can't. Those of you looking right here can see the fine print. This is a really fantastic document. On TV, we all see doctors and nurses, and occasionally a front desk clerk and a quirky security guard, right? These are comic relief, but we don't really see the full spectrum of positions and the types of training that are available at in kinds of jobs you can have in the hospital. So at Modesto Junior College, you'll see on those 2 pages just this full spectrum of programs, whether those are people wanting to be a doctor, going into medical training through a biology program, or going into all these other options. These are good jobs with health benefits, support your family, and they also provide advancement opportunities as someone progresses through their career. Thinking of Tracy, going from position to position and progressing in training. So we do all of those. We're going to take that graphic and then turn it into posters that we put up in our classrooms, and we use them in introductory healthcare and science classes to really train people on the full spectrum of things. Okay, next. In other news, the College Council has approved our draft of the facilities master plan. Everyone had very strong positive input on that. We have some critiques and some corrections, some things that we're going to send forward to the architect. They will finalize the full book, which is the facilities master plan with some details, et cetera, and then that will come back through the College Council for review, and then that will come forward to this body for review and approval as well. I want to invite you, Trustee Aguilar, who's not here today, is attending a special meeting of the School of Agriculture and the School of Industry and Trades on Tuesday, January 27th at 12:45 over in Sierra Hall. Get you those details off table if you'd like. But we're going to be discussing the ag and advanced manufacturing components of the facilities master plan and doing a site walkabout so you can see the size of the facility there, the kinds of things and what those are going to look like. On the accreditation front, our faculty accreditation co-chair, who's not here tonight, will soon be authoring our follow-up report to the commission regarding our one compliance item, regular and substantive interaction in our online courses. And I'm happy to report that by the end of fall semester, our faculty had done the hard work and brought their classes well into compliance and beyond. The threshold of concern is that 85% of our classes would meet those expectations. And in our most recent self-review, we were well above 90%. So we're feeling very confident. Congratulations to Aisha Saleh, Alexandria Ayeyo, Mike Smetshammer and Patrick Betancourt for their successful and collaborative leadership on this vital initiative. Their follow-up report will be on the March agenda for your review and approval, and then our follow-up site visit will be soon thereafter. And then finally, on your tables, I put a copy of the latest issue of the Crop Circles magazine. This is put together by the students and faculty in the School of Agriculture. And I was just speaking with Dean Troy Gravatt, who said that he's particularly proud of this one, especially for the high-quality stories that are written by students in the program. So not as many pictures, but more stories in telling that story. So thank you for your continued support of our agriculture and athletics programs and everything else that you do. Now I pass it on to the loser.
Thank you.
3 points, 3 points. Good evening, trustees, President Richards, Vice President Davis, Chancellor Tran, along with district staff, college colleagues, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide Columbia College's first report of 2026. I'll begin by a shout out. Thank you, Courtney, Eric, and Glenn for great reports from Columbia College tonight. And Tracy, welcome. If you think you were sweating, imagine wearing one of these things, right? So here we go, here we go. Spring semester began auspiciously, not only with a visit from a mountain lion on campus, true, I got a picture, but also an in-service visit from Kathy Parker, Columbia College Foundation board member and former superintendent of schools in Tuolumne County. During our in-service day, Kathy, who has spent more than 30 years in public education and community leadership, spoke about grounding and understanding of how childhood experiences shape lifelong health, learning, and well-being. After serving as a classroom teacher, county education leader, and elected Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools, Kathy now serves as Director of Wellbeing at Adventist Sonora Hospital. We thank Kathy and Sonora Adventist for the visit and Kathy's focus on strengthening cross-sector partnerships and resilience. With the semester now full in swing, we look forward to a visit this Friday from the Teeter Group at Columbia College to review feedback and provide overview of district plans related to facilities planning at both the main campus and a build out of Wildcat Ranch in collaboration with Sonora High School for a regional fire emergency and CTE training center. Shortly after a visit from Teeter Group, Columbia College is continuing to look to the future this semester as we are excited to host governance, finance, and curriculum organizational meetings for Sierra Forest Works. Sierra Forest Works is a broad and unique regional partnership building upon an MOU between the U.S. Forest Service, the American Loggers Association, and is implemented in partnership with Tuolumne County. The project calls for a large-scale regional forest workforce training site in the Beardsley Dry Meadow area, approximately 20 miles northwest of Strawberry. The Workforce Training and Learning Center is to provide a real-world environment aligned with forest management, fuel reduction, and wildfire resilience goals on over 100,000 acres of forest. This initiative brings together an unprecedented coalition of federal and state land managers, industry leaders, educational partners, workforce agencies, philanthropy, and local government to prepare the next generation of forest management and heavy machinery professionals while strengthening long-term health of both California's forest and rural communities. In addition to our great start this semester and all the great looking forward, we also look forward to our next Pack the Pavilion event on January 31st, where we try it again against the Fresno City Rams. So please join us. The first 400 fans are free, and I don't know if I can get a t-shirt cannon, but there are t-shirts, maybe without the cannon, slingshot. It's a great opportunity for a halftime show in which we will highlight educational opportunities for all the students in attendance in our K-16 region. I already showed you the newspaper. We won't, and thank you for this. I will say this before I move away from sports. A shout out to both E.J. Campbell and Isen Huff. They are both academic all-state athletes from Columbia College this last year, and the Columbia College men's basketball team has a 3.56 average GPA. So good on that, right? Good, it's a good job. Finally, and I'll end, a return to our much anticipated next chapter of local history prepared by Shannon Van Zant, Professor of History at Columbia College. Having previously shared more about our first president, Dusty Rhodes, as well as the first part of a tale about Leland Billy Goat Davis, let's return to Billy Goat and his place in history. He was living in Tuolumne County, working for Standard Lumber and raising bees. During World War I, Davis joined the Signal Corps training homing pigeons. But upon return from the war, Davis lost his beehive to disease and then both lost his job and his savings in the Great Depression. It took until 1932 for his luck to change, and a small mining claim finally paid off. He was also rehired at the local quarry. A decade later, in 1942, he began working for PG&E as a flume repairman at San Diego Reservoir. The following year, he built a modest cabin on the site. They do say it was supposed to, it leaned a little bit, keeping the academic record straight. But he did live there quietly, retiring in 1958, spending many of his days gardening and gathering mushrooms on campus, which I thought was interesting. To conclude, in 1966, Billy Goat's original cabin was torn down to make way for the startup construction of Manzanita Building, the administrative building. And a new residence was constructed for Davis near what are now the tennis courts on campus. So we will let the facilities conversations begin from there. With that, thank you for listening. Please stay tuned next month for a Back to the Future theme taking shape in the foothills. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
So President Red Wing, I just thinking you should probably plan for your revenge when you guys bet again.
We're working on it.
You know, maybe a tattoo. I don't know. Maybe, you know.
A third eye tattoo. Yeah.
I was just going to comment that, you know, sitting here closely and staring at you with this dingle ball on top of your head just made me think you must have thought silly here too. But then going back to my comment earlier, nice reference from Celeste, I was actually wearing antlers and slippers during Slipper Day wandering around campus. So at least I paid them off with candy canes, but it did make the internet. So we'll just see that later.
Okay, 9.6 travel report is included in your packet. Moving on, do we have any requests for future agenda items? Looking left, looking right, not seeing any. Okay, let's go down to board comments. Trustee Gutierrez, you're first.
I'd like to first acknowledge I don't want to mispronounce your name, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but the professor, the anthropology professor that went to South Africa, Debbie Poulter, for continuing your education so that you can further the education of your students. I think that's very commendable, and also I hope to continue just striving for excellence for my own position and just staying connected with our student governments. I hope to be able to make some changes as to requirements for myself as a student trustee and the position itself, so that I can and future student trustees can be held more accountable to stay interactive with the students as a whole, and not just stay here within the body of the Board of Trustees. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Trustee Hinton, anything? Anything? Very good. Very good. Trustee.
Your microphone.
Acquaintances. Very good. Trustee Garrett.
Just again, thanks, Institute Day, seeing everybody, talking to a lot of people. Thank you all very much. That's all I have.
Trustee Beggs.
Not much. I also really enjoyed Institute Day. It's always great to see a packed room, and it was, and everybody was excited. Everybody was getting ready to start. I know it'll look a little different at the end of the semester after a week of grading finals. But anyway, it's great to be here, and I'm glad Nancy is back. Thanks.
Trustee Nicolau. Trustee Davis. Thank you very much. No comment from me. The next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on Thursday, February 12th at closed session starting at 3. This meeting is now adjourned at 7 o'clock.